No, see, God is only a 3-letter word, so it wouldn't count. Imagine not mistyping a word 3 times. Oh, you know, that happens to me all the time, but like in real life, you know? Not in fiction. Not in fiction at all. Grungle. I posted on Discord, right? Oh, I did. Alright, gang. It's time. Well, I mean, after this. Winter firing off? You know how it is. Alright, chat. I'm typing a big word, if nobody else does. I don't have a 6-letter. Fuck. Mimic stole my big word. Put a T in there. Oh, thank God. I was out of blank. It was somebody stole filing from me. Lifting! That's what it was! Fuck. I could have had that. I could have had that. I could have had that. I just realized I'm not wearing my correct glasses. I could have had that. Alright, chat. Thank you for bearing with me. I just had some stuff to do. But you didn't have that? Listen. Don't take lip... Don't sass me, young woman. Where is my... Here we go. Why am I floating? Oh, right, because I'm not full screen. Hello, Oh no. Y'all have started to find the new redeems. Hello everyone. It is I, Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. We're here again. Huh? Yeah, new buttons. You have wrong glasses? Okay, so I can actually, so like, here's the thing with the glasses is that's the wrong screen. So here's the thing with the glasses is I wear, let me move myself. So you all have already found all the new buttons. Okay, so I wear glasses that look like this normally, right? Like, this is the style that I wear every day. What the fuck? This is the style I wear every day. And the thing is, they are narrow and they have thick frames. So it messes with my eye tracking. It does not really track my face very well. So I specifically have rimless red heart glasses. I have specifically bought this pair of glasses right here. Such that I could stream and not have the frames get in the way of my eye tracking. Because Bonk is down. Oh! Wait. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, chat. Don't worry about it. I definitely didn't forget to open it. I definitely didn't forget to open it. I definitely didn't forget to open Bonker. I definitely didn't forget to open it. Anyway, while y'all are waiting for me to log in, hello, welcome to the stream. Congratulations on getting first winter. Hello, Daniel, over on Twitch too. And welcome, thank you for checking in, Mimic, Winter, Satan, Hug and Bug. I don't know who else of you has checked in. I think I saw some other people in chat, but I'm also like, finish connecting. There we go. Test. Blech. Okay, perfect. Hello, Piggly Pants. Hello, Shab. Hello, Uma. Hello, I said hi to everyone else. Yeah. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. I should move my captions down, actually. Where the hell are they? Where? There we go. Bottom of the screen. Yeah, boy. More redeems for me to not click. Yeah. More redeems for you to not click. See, here's the thing. Here's the great grift is, I make all these redeems, and then I offer up an instant end the stream option so that y'all can just never use them. Serena in the cleavage I see? No. This isn't, it's Alfredo. This is her, like, her, like, the chosen one. It is her chosen champion. I've cucked her, is what I'm saying. Anyway. I don't want to find that redeem specifically, so I just rejected them all? Oh my god. Stupid technology's fault, not cat lady. Exactly! You get it, Piggly Pants, you get it. Above. Like a kangaroo? That's actually a really good... That's a really good way to put it. Yeah. Yeah. I got Alfredo in my shirt, like a kangaroo, you know? Alfredo's guarding unsay-so eyes. No, that'd be covering up my face. I am... You know. Oh, yeah. Also, I did, how do I say? I did remove some emotes. Why the fuck? I did remove some emotes. I did some research. I did some research because Twitch gives you the ability to see which emotes of yours get used the most in your analytics and which get used the least. So I tried to only pick ones that were rarely used, and I replaced them with pride heart emojis. There's a whole variety of them. Mostly because I was going to do like 2 or 3, but then I'm like, but I'm going to be the only one who uses them if I do it this way. So then I was like, well, let me add some more for the broader... Okay. Let me add some more for the broader audience, and then, it escalated to 8. My fault. But thankfully, they are in the animated emote slots, so... Oh, good. Oh no, the stairs. What do you mean normal, not sus statements? You know, I'm gonna look at that later. I feel like if I look at it right now, I'm gonna incriminate myself. Anyway, yeah, the stair is always safe. I think that one might actually be my most used emote. Like here, y'all can see, I'll show you the analytics. So... Emotes? Analytics? Engagement, here it is. Okay, so you can see this little corner over here. Okay, so you can see precisely, you can see like in a certain period of time, which emotes get used the most. So you see the thumbs up, yay, got used the most with 9 different people using it in the channel 110 times over the past month. The cry got used second most, 64 times by 2 users. The sip got used by 8 users, 61 times, etc, etc, etc. Frauding time was said by 6 people. Conversely, you can look on the opposite end. You can see which emotes rarely get used. So like these dancing ones got used like twice ever. And like, yeah, this hello got used twice ever. Well, this one didn't get used that much, but that's because I recently updated it. The pointing one didn't get used much, but like the other thing you can do is... What do you mean the SIP analytics? The other thing you can do is you can also look outside your channel. So you can see on other channels, this emote, probably my favorite emote, got used 50 times. Thumbs up got used 30 times. SIP got used 20 times in other channels. But abroad, there's a bunch that just never got used. I don't think I've ever used Frauding Time outside of the channel. Oh no, wait. Frauding Time got used 18 times by 3 different people? Okay. Good work, chat. I always use it? Yeah. I think you, Uma, are like... you might be... So there's only 2 people who use it on the channel. But I'm pretty sure you're like the only one who uses it regularly, but you use it so often that it's like, I can't get rid of it. I can never get rid of it. We managed to get the lesbian heart up there already? Oh my... That's because you use it that many times! It counts for each individual usage, not like each message, but each individual one. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so... Yeah, stare is basically the plink. No, stare is like... okay, so you want to see the actual reference for it? Is... So, Monogatari, there's this character... Hanagawa, and she just has this cute-ass face she makes at the main character once. And I don't know why, it stuck out of my head, but this is literally the image that I sent to the person who I commissioned for the emote. I'm just like, make this. Thank you. Yeah, precisely. Y'all get it. Y'all get it. Here, hold on. And you can see one of the other ones I really like, which is the bruh emote. This one, the screaming one, is based on this character from Nikke, who, you know, incredulous face down here, which she is paired up with Crown, where if you follow Serena, you know that she has an emote that's based on this face right here for Crown on the right. So, like, it's kind of like a matching pair of emotes, because I cannot convince Serena to get matching emotes with me anywhere else, so I just have to, like, commission my own and pretend that they're related, right? Did my sub to Serena run out? Oh my god, hold on. I gotta go sub to my girlfriend real quick. Hold on. Resubscribe. Use Prime sub. Okay, so now Serena for Stare? Or was it Weird? No. LOL, that's what it is. Yeah, there you go. These are matching emotes because of Crown and Chime. Damn, not even paying for the sub. Listen, I have 1 free sub every month, and it doesn't auto-renew, so, like, I gotta do it manually, alright? Yeah, precisely. So I'm hearing these 2 are also lesbians. Yes, you're correct. They are. We are. But those 2... Wait, no. Oh, wait. For Nikke. I don't know if Crown and... I don't know if you could say Crown and Chime are, like, skippable? You could say that, but, like, I don't know. It's like a... Crown is like a king, and Chime is like the loyal servant. You know, I know enough gay people on the internet that they would probably ship it. So we could see if we updated the... Oh my god. Why? It's been live for literally 20 minutes! Why did you already get it to 90 usages? Why? What's wrong with you? Oh my god. Mods keep going. We're stealing money from Bezos, that's good enough. You know. Anyway. Oh my god. Did you count them? Did you count how many of those you're using? Alright, you literally got it 1 above the next most used. But now, okay, here's the real challenge. Now you have to get those up outside of the channel. We currently have 0 usages of these outside of the channel, so go forth and spread the word. Stop cheating. I wonder, actually, I recently updated the gun. So, like, I previously had it in the animated emote slot. It just didn't have any animation. But, I updated it so it's non-animated now. So, like, we're gonna have to restart tracking. Oh, wait, that's the old one. Yeah, we're gonna have to restart tracking on the gun. Okay. Onward mods to Serena to hit with the lesbian heart. Oh my god. Y'all are a menace. I swear. Y'all are too menacing. How dare you? Alright, chat. I haven't even touched my coffee yet. To be fair, when wasn't I? Well, yeah, you're correct. You're absolutely correct for that one. When weren't you? Anyway, chat. See, this is why we gotta diversify the audience more. Because we have so many lesbians in chat that, like, they're gonna monopolize the pride emojis, and we're just gonna get a ton of the, like, the lesbian heart usages. When we need to get some of the toothpaste representation in there. We need to get some of the pastel liker presentation in there. We definitely need to get the Neko arc presentation in there. I feel like I'm gonna be the only one to ever use the two-spirit one. Bisexual lighting. Ace... Lemonade. Yeah. Incorrect. More lesbians. Hello, Hectic Sketcher. Thank you for checking in. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. My god. She's a menace. We can't... Anyway, yeah. Twitch analytics are actually really useful. While we're here, I can actually talk about how, like, I've been pretty... like, I don't like stressing about stream numbers. I've done it in the past, and it fucking made it suck to stream. So, like, I'm really glad, actually, that, like, this average viewers count has stayed up this year. We've been actively increasing it over the year. February, well, actually, no, it's been pretty consistent the whole year. It's been pretty high compared to all of last year, where it was all, like, sub 10. So, you know, thank you for watching, chat. Thank you for sticking around. You've given me the ability to rain lesbian flag hearts on your head at any moment. You know... Wait! Wait! I just got an idea! Wait! Alright, chat. I'm getting rid of the sheep. Getting rid of the fruit. Getting rid of the defaults. Actually, no, we're keeping the sheep. You know what? We're keeping everything. We're gonna add in the hearts. I actually wonder if I could, like, make a custom setup. Anyway, add images. Emotes. Pride hearts. PNG? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Yeah. Alright, perfect. So now if we multi-bonk... Oh, yeah, we got a heart. We got a heart in there. No sheep? No, we got the sheep in here. We got the sheep in here. I kept the sheep. I kept the sheep. Honestly, the temptation to make... Can I make this like a higher weight? No. Yeah, you can randomly see the hearts mixed in there. It's great. If I could make a redeem that will only specifically do that... Actually, no, wait. I do have a redeem for that. Oh, here we go, here we go. So, like, I've got this one, right? How do I... Yeah, so now I can add a new one. So we can be like... Only the Pride ones? And also we need one Karibo that is, the rainbow-colored one, because that bitch is gay. Okay. So... Now, this is Pride Bonk. And now, 25.15, 1.5. 25. 0.15, 1.5. Spin speed is 5. Negative 45, 45. Do I have anything for this? Nope. Okay, so then if I tested... So Karibo Barrage is this, right? But then Pride Bonk is this. The big-ass Karibo is just so funny. I love how there's just the big Karibo in the middle of all that. Alright, so then... No, I don't want to test that. So then, now to... How do I set up the... How do I set this up to, like, activate on a certain thing? Oh, events. Okay. So, let's make a new redeem. Let's make a new redeem, chat. So, we're gonna have... Do not redeem this yet, because it's not gonna do anything, and you're just gonna waste 1,000 points if you do. Okay, so... Do I have it as Bonk? Curry Bonk? Pride Bonk. Lots of gay hearts. 1,000. And, I don't think I have a cooldown on the other thing. Create. And then we will add a redeem. We will Pride Bonk, and we will listen. And we will listen for Pride Bonk. Okay. So now, if I do it... Easy peasy. Alright, chat. New bonks unlocked. Also, yippee! If y'all can figure out what I based the palettes off of, the color palettes off of, you don't get anything. But, you know, you get to feel cool. Is this your new lawyer fit? Oh, yeah, no, sorry, Hectic Sketcher. It's a bartender outfit. Why did my face just freak out like that? Damn, not even a cookie? Alright, chat. What do you think this is based on? It's very specifically based on a game. A game? A game. Not necessarily a singular character, but an overarching color scheme. Okay, well, Mimic got it immediately. Not necessarily based on Lucifer, but how all the girls in Helltaker kind of have the same, like, color scheme going on. Oh, hi, new outfit. Hello, Muffin. Sorry, I was busy making stuff happen. I totally missed that you got in here. Hello, Muffin. I spent a lot of time last night setting up a bunch of alternate color palettes that you can toggle with redeems here in Twitch. Can I get a You Did a Thing star for it? I don't know if I can actually give that out for YouTube. I could make you VIP in Twitch, but like, 1, I don't want to give that away, and 2, no, that's actually it. I only took it personally. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, yeah. Mimic got it in one. Now I think of it, Lucer has less red because of her blazer. I think the one that I was looking at in particular was Cerberus? Yeah, because they have the yeah, I basically just based this entirely on Cerberus, actually. You know, only one Cerberus, but you know how it is. They got the black fit, the red with no coat. I forgot we had the laugh emoji. It's okay, I didn't get it anyways. Fair enough. Anyway, it's really funny that Hectic Sketcher mentioned Godot. Because that one I already did mention in I already mentioned on Discord that I specifically made a Godot color for this, and that's the lawyer one. Alright, chat, I'm gonna give you a pop quiz next time someone redeems a different color palette. Y'all have to guess who it's based on. Alright, chat, yeah, coffee. Speaking of which, I did just finish my coffee, so I think it's time we get started on the game. Allow me. Love me some Helltaker, though. I really enjoyed Helltaker when I played it. When I played through Helltaker, it was really fun. You can actually see the VOD of this on my YouTube live page. It's on a playlist, but I also played through Awaria by the same person, right? The Rodion is off screen. There we go. And I think I liked Awaria even more than Helltaker. Before you start, can you stalling for 10 minutes? Wait, what happens in 10 minutes? What happens in 10 minutes? What happens in 10 minutes? Also, wait, that should be on a cooldown of 5 minutes. Oh, nothing? Okay. Ew, who would go to YouTube? Gross. Calling it now, it's based on Neko Arc? Oh my god. I don't think I didn't make a palette based on Neko Arc. I tried to stick to characters who have vest type outfits. Yeah! Thank you. Punch, hug, and bug. Alright, chat. Let's get started. First. Wink. Second. Oh, the brick is so good. I love the brick, actually. Alright, so I haven't tested any of this yet. So, like, the noise might be really bad. Also, mood lighting. Let's set the mood lighting. Window. Ace Attorney. This game supports an autosave feature. I love that he's got, like, a chess piece. That's not too loud, actually, is it? That actually kind of seems like a good volume, yeah? What do y'all think? What's the opinion here? That noise was kind of loud, but like... Alright, chat. Wait time? Oh. That's a very reasonable volume. I think we're gonna do the arranged soundtrack. Alright, chat. We're doing HD, because I like HD. Oh, okay, so this is why the game feels like it's, like, really... It felt like everything was fuzzy, because it was on 720p. Here we go. Reader? Automatically progress through dialogue when enabled? Oh, I see. So, story mode is easy mode, basically? Okay, I see. I like when games give you that option to be like, I just want to play the game, you know? Anyway. Hello everyone. It is I, Rika Readman. We're here with Ace Attorney Investigations for the first time. Why? Oh my god. See, I thought if I didn't announce it, y'all wouldn't catch me. Anyway, we're here for the first part of Ace Attorney Investigations for the first time ever on TV. I love Edgey. Are y'all done? Are y'all done? I was waiting for you to start introducing. How dare you? How dare you save up points? Anyway, this game is gonna be different, chat. This game is gonna be different. Apparently there are not, like, how do I say? There are not court cases. There are not trials. I think? It's an investigation. I guess it's just like a mystery thing. Give me one sec, actually. You debate people instead? Yeah. Is it this? Yeah, there we go. Also, I'm gonna be trying out a new plugin that I set up for myself, which is not noticeable on your guys' end. But what it is here, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the thing I'm testing. So, like, I have my setup such that I have the game entirely full screen with nothing else on one monitor. And then I have OBS with the chat on the left monitor. So I got a plugin, right? Which makes it so that there's a transparent version of chat I can put on screen. And, like, I can make the things disappear like this. And so, like, I can read chat here. But because it's not part of the game, when I have game capture on, y'all can't see it. But I can see it without having to look back at OBS every 5 seconds. Useful. I'm gonna try this for a bit. I might miss YouTube chat more because of it, though. So, y'all go here. If I start missing YouTube chat, I'm not gonna keep using it. I used to look at chat with my only one monitor. Yeah, if I only had one monitor, this thing would be perfect. Your Honor, he has no prospects, no relations, and most importantly, no maidens. Debate dismissed. Oh my god. Alright, so. I'm gonna hydrate, and let's get through this intro. This is Ace Attorney Investigations, Part 1. Hydrate. Hello, Delantia. Welcome to the stream. Episode 1. Turnabout Visitor. March 14th, 1:16 a.m. Huh? To make sure the defendant is found guilty. What other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. But that may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. The sound is still okay. Why is your collar popped that high? I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. March 14th, 2:05 a.m. Prosecutor's Building, 12th floor hallway. You're blocking the left edge of the dialogue box? Fuck. Is it symmetrical? Hello, Strange Noise. Welcome in. It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. Is this worth it? I'm kind of wondering if this is a game where it would be... Like, before we had nice, small margins that I wasn't covering anything up. But, like, with this game, it kind of seems like I'm going to cover something up no matter what. Alright, chat. I think we have to use the full screen here. Wait. There we go. Okay, we're gonna reset transform. We're gonna shrink this down. Why are you bonking me? Okay, there we go. How's that? Better? Good. Found some garbage game on Steam the other day. Obvious asset flip that was so poorly made the options menu could soft lock you? Out of curiosity, check the devs' other games. I am no longer covering things, thank you. Thank you for the penguin. Also, let me fix my tracking real quick. Now that we've got the stream situation set up. Alright. Alright, chat. Who can guess where this is from? Oh, the penguin is covering up the tie, which is a big hint. He is no longer covering things. Yippee! Alright. It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a full month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office. And keeping it clean. Yomiko Readman. She gets it in one. The door is unlocked. No more short hair. Okay, so here's the problem with the short hair. So the way I have it set up is you can set up scenes in VTube Studio, which recolors what you've got going on, right? And so, like, basically you just save them as snapshots and you use hotkeys to cycle between them. So, like, I can swap. I'm gonna go back to this after, but here, I can swap by just hitting hotkeys. Like, I can swap that way. I can swap this way. I can go back to my default this way. And the way that I did the hair was the same exact thing. So that's a hotkey setup. However, if you'll notice, the way I make them disappear is by making those color layers invisible. But unfortunately, because it's a snapshot of the whole model, I can't... It snapshots even the outfit, so, like... It's not that I have too many scenes, it's that I don't have enough fine-tuned control over it, so, like, if someone wanted to redeem short hair while I'm on a different color, it would revert me back while giving the short hair. So it was basically a decision between either keep the short hair toggle or enable the palette swap. And I wanted to try this for a bit. I might... Yeah, actually, that's the end of my sentence. It kind of reminds me of Frodo Baggins. Muffin. Were it not for the laws of Twitch and YouTube, I would smite you on the spot where you stand. Thank you for checking in, Egg Yolk Jellyfish. Hello, hello. Enjoy the lurk. Alright, back to the game. The door is unlocked. Also, I think I'm gonna get rid of the mood lighting here. It feels really weird on this scene. It feels like it doesn't mesh well. Alright. The door is unlocked. Detective Gumshoe. What's this smell? It's very familiar. Blood? Also, he's gonna lose his British accent just because I can't do a British accent for, like, an entire game or two. Gasp! What the? What's the meaning of this? Freeze. Merry Christmas. Identify yourself. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. What did he actually scare him away? I gotta work. Have a good night, Uma. Have a good day at work. Tomorrow, I think, is Saturday for you, so hopefully you will not have to work. I'll watch your archive? Okay! You can watch it on YouTube as well. It might be easier there than Twitch. I like how Edgeworth still has perfect posture even when held at gunpoint. It's funny, isn't it? Like, this dude is actively being threatened and it's just like, no biggie. Actually, I'm gonna experiment with something, chat. I am bigger. It is bigger that cuts stuff off, actually. Never mind. Bigger Rika theory will no longer be proven. Alright. My name is Miles Edgeworth. And I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrusted into a multitude of cases, in some very frantic and busy days. March 14th, 2:56 a.m. High Prosecutor's Offices. Room 1202. Small like a hobbit? Oh my god. Man comes back, dead of the night, goes to work, gets threatened, and immediately aura farms the assailant. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. Give me just a sec. I need to add a background to this. General? Can I add a background to this? Opacity level. Increase. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, now I can read it better. I finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. The fuck is that painting frame made of? Actually, it's kind of crazy to think that the painting stopped a bullet from hitting the wall. Like, huh? How strong is that thing? I like how they turned the murderer into Agent 47 like they didn't show him. Maybe it's like, was it Columbo? Where it's like you always know who the murderer is at the beginning of the story. It's just about how the detective gets them to admit it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How did it stop a bullet from even denting the wall? It's probably backed in some kind of metal. That would make sense, actually, yeah. That's the only explanation I can think of. Super armor? Alright. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Are you okay, sir? Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He is a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? I love Gumshoe. No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Look what they did to your office! It's totally trashed! I'll say, the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. Whoa, sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing. This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. Huh? That's not how that works. That's not... That is not... That's not how that works, Edgeworth. That's not how that works. You're a victim. You were threatened with a gun. You are a victim. I find it funny how the sprites look like they're from a side-scrolling fighting game. I love that about it, actually. I think it's cute. Clearly he said it, so it must be true. The murderer made a mess in there. It's personal. Alright. Oh, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched in the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my curiosity, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? Crime scene? My office. Is it really coincidence that the murder took place in my office? I get the nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really. Especially because of this. The key to your office. For security reasons, this office's door has a lock built into it. What other reasons would you have? What other reasons would you have? What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Chat. I have an extremely stupid, hold on. Extremely stupid. Let me minimize this real quick. Extremely stupid. Extremely stupid. Give me a second. Allow me to save this real quick. Gumshoe doesn't understand the concept. Exactly. Oops, wrong one. Alright, chat. You're not ready for this level of shitpost. Objection. Hello, Shadow Monarch. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Alright, chat. You're not ready for how stupid this image I'm about to make is. Logic. Can I copy this? There we go. Alright. Perfect. Where is Discord? Here we go. Alright, I'm done. I have to, every time I see a potentially funny screenshot in one of these games, I have to do it. I'm sorry. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, facts and logic. Yeah, Gumshoe doesn't understand the concept of logic. Logic? By finding the connection between two pieces of information, and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. So, how do you use it? What do you mean? First, I recall the information we've gathered with Q, and then I connect them together with T. Now, to use Q and recall the facts. Why is this so intense? Crime scene. My office. Confirm? The office key. For security reasons, this office's door has a lock built into it. Connect. Why do I have a life bar for this? Logic used. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks. Which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. If you wind up abusing logic, the brain explodes? Oh, fair enough. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? Why did this happen in my office? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only one truth remains. The puzzle system is an allegory for yaoi? MLM. Sorry, one sec. Let me fix this. Yeah, it's capitalized as if it's some new technology. It's great, isn't it? Okay, there we go. That's an acceptable level. Alright. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. Like a dog? Like straying like a dog? But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir. Begin investigation. Seek a way out. Well, this time Phoenix had the Magatama as a superpower, whereas Edgeworth's superpower was taking more than 5 seconds to think about things. So is logic the Spiceman line? That's a good question. I think it is. Alright, chat. Perfect timing. We've gotten through the first scene. I love how, like, Gumshoe is just on standby, just saluting the entire time. Yes, sir. No, sir. Whatever you say, sir. Gonna be literally anyone besides Edgeworth. Imagine thinking about things? Yeah. The logic must flow. Alright, chat. You know what time it is. We've been going for about an hour. We have an ad break coming up in a minute, 14 seconds. Let's go enjoy some words on stream. I will be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the ad break. See y'all soon. Good work, chat. Congratulations. You advanced 2 levels. In an hour, you get level 8 words on stream. But for now, you get Miles Edgeworth instead. We are back. It's time. Why? It's time. Bonk, Stinky Rika. Hello, Shy Nuka Nuka. Welcome on in. Do not bonk, Rika, who smells decent. Alright. Let's start. Why? What'd I do? I didn't do anything. Deducing the words with logic. Use logic. Okay. Let us... Hold on, let me just make sure that that's updated. Yes. Alright. Let's begin. Hi, Prosecutor's Offices, Room 1202. The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that. And when I want to examine something, I simply use space when I'm next to it. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use T, okay? I'll give you great precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. So, like, do I just... Yo, he's schmoovin'! He's schmoovin'! Yo, he's schmoovin', chat! Okay, so first and foremost, I feel like we gotta investigate this gun. What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. I think I've seen one of these before. You had to enlighten me as to where. Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model. I think. Does that mean it's a cop that was threatening us? A-cab? Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it. So it's the same type of a revolver as the ones used by the precinct's detectives. So, using logic, you're saying that we can assume that whoever threatened me is a detective. Okay. Chessboard? Ouch, they even knocked over your chess set. Got it all set up, ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you were interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, I suppose I can get some time aside after we solve this case. Yeah, he was definitely trying to show Pearl a gun earlier. Though I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. Why is everybody so mean to Gumshoe? They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh! Wait, Gum? I don't believe it! I packed those files on this shelf so tight that not even an earthquake could make them fall off, but just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all. A problem, to be sure. Well, once the investigation is over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. Are we not going to talk about the blood on the books? How that says a word? Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. It looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yep, and until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the bodies sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Tutorial case, so it's very one step at a time. It bothered me too. Okay. Okay, body went clean through the victim's abdomen. The body was found at around 2:05 a.m. You gonna be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to press E to open my organizer. But the organizer isn't only for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. I use facts and logic. Okay, so... what's up with the wallet over here? What do we have here? Hey, I think I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge, detective. Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinkydink. Let's take a look inside. Buddy Faith? Detective. Mr. Buddy Faith. Sorry, I had to drink water. Mr. Buddy Holly. It would appear that our victim was a detective, just like you. Have faith in Buddy. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other, I will calmly use logic, while holding my pinky finger straight up and bringing it to my lips, to hydrate myself. I hate that he says I'm gonna calmly use some logic. Why do you talk like this, Edgeworth? Why? Books. It's a drug? Hello, an hour after 10. Welcome in. Your files are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. Aw, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I watered the flowers every day just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. About half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? No. Listen, when you cut a man's salary as much as you have, he definitely does not have a life. Oh, I can go up here. Wait, chat. 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 It's a ladder. Watch out for the— oh, never mind. This isn't the ladder. Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir. That killer is going to pay. That killer is going to pay. This tea set. Yikes, you're really mad over this. This tea set is very dear to my heart and can only be bought in England. It cost more than your whole month's paycheck. What? What? Now I feel like the killer has wasted one of my monthly paychecks. That is for sure a ladder. It's not a step ladder. It isn't a step ladder, no. Proof of my profession. However, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. Wait, the prosecutor's badge is so cool, actually. Hello, Gilliel. Why are you punching? Welcome to the stream. Alright. Crime scene notes. Bullet went clean through the victim's abdomen. The body was found at 2:05 a.m. Okay. A detective in the precinct and the victim. Why was he killed in my office? Homicide detective at the local precinct in charge of the initial investigation. I woke up feeling violent. You know, growing pains. Why is there a dead body in Miles' office? Why was he killed in my office? That's what we're wondering. Okay, so like... why do we not have the gun as evidence? 3. Thank you, Gilliel. I think y'all already figured out what this palette was based on. Okay, so... some evidence has to be logic. Oh, okay. You called, sir. The info I've gathered... oh, present. Actually, let's present the badge. Chat. 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 I'm presenting my badge. Your prosecutor's badge is really tiny compared to my police badge. Oh, but it's really cool, sir. Much cooler than my badge could ever be. There's no need to suck up to me, detective. Oh my god. Okay, let's present the crime scene notes. I'm just a lowly detective, so... I'm not sure what I should do with that other than to arrest it. Is that the only talent you have? Oh, wait. That's so mean. Yeah, small badge shaming is kind of fucked up. Okay, so like... why did this happen in my office? What was the killer after? Yeah, let me look at the revolver. It's the same model as those used by precinct detectives. Victim was a detective, signs of a struggle. I think... so like, here. The signs of a struggle means... I think that the killer was looking for something in the books. So like, if we put this logic together... we should all piece together that he's looking for a book. I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information. Fuck. So like... according to his badge, Buddy Faith was a precinct detective. Same model used by the precinct detectives. So like, what if I put together that he probably got killed by his own revolver? Okay, there we go. The first aneurysm, nice new threads. Hello, Freakus, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. The revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Yeah, I discovered logic. Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What have we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. This guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Uma and Neko was removed. Oh, so there's a new redeem called Palette Swap, which you use to change the colors, and one of the options you can pick is the Fumo and the Neko, and the original model, but those only last for 5 minutes. Thank you for the penguin. It appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Victim's revolver data jotted down in my organizer. Okay. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. But, as I always say, you've got to look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use directionals to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use Q and E to zoom in and out to get at the nitty-gritty. Okay. Wait, chat, 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 chat. Uma Musume mentioned. Uma Musume mentioned. Uma Musume mentioned. Hold on, I'm saying this to Serena. Uma Musume mentioned in Ace Attorney investigations. I can't believe Uma is in this game. Alright, well, this is the first thing I see, Edgey. Oh, I actually can't look at the horse. Bakushin, 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 Shin, Bakushin. Okay, so one of the bullets was fired. It looks like only one round was fired from this. Wow, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wrestling the gun from him. Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. I guess this is all we're going to find out. We should send the body to Jim! Huh? Okay, the animation of him knocking Gumshoe to the floor is so fucking funny. No, not talking to the florist. Knocking Gumshoe to the floor. Thank you. Yeah, haunts. Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. Oops. The body? The body? Don't talk about him like he's just some lump of flesh. Look at him. Jim looks like he just turned in for the night. Sure. Just in a bloodstained suit, pal. Why are you calling him Jim? That's not Jim. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes I am. I'm Jacques Poisman, prosecutor. Jim here is my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So, you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct. Then it was you! You're the one who killed Jim! Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not! I know how things work around here. My prosecutor's office doors have all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Are you implicating yourself, Gumshoe? Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you, then. You're Jim's killer. No way, pal. You've got it all wrong. Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct? If you're a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know? Thumbs up. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on then. It's your room after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there! Sir! Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the affirmation. What the fuck? I want you to capture the scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. Yeah, he planted evidence. I will be so mad. I should probably give them some space. Okay, this is very important. Ah, your jacket, sir. What's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dared to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked up over, Detective. Not when there's something more here. Huh? Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, Detective. There is a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Oh, really? What if it's a plot point that there's no way the bullet didn't pierce and hit the wall? Is that a safe? Yeah, he's got a safe behind the thing. Wait, what did he say? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. But I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my own way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. I mean, like, honestly, it's the bullet. And this is it. And this bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press T with conviction. You ever start talking like the person you're into? Have you all noticed? Have y'all noticed that I've just started, like, adding random nonsense words into my daily vocabulary for the past 2 years? I definitely start talking like the person I'm into. Also random noises. Yeah, gay, homosexual, gay. I'm saying. I start saying, oh, you know a lot. Wonder why? Oh, you know. I don't remember where I got that from. I think I picked it up from Athenia? Or she picked it up from me. I don't know which one of us started it. But it's spread. It is spread a lot through the circle. You got it from Tardy? Oh my god. Oh, you know. You know how it is. You know how it be. Alright. When I spot something that's off, I should point my cursor at it and press T with conviction. Okay. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things. Oh, it's gonna go on the wrong side, actually. Hello. Okay, so... a contradiction with the revolver. So, here's a good thing. Here's a good thing that I noticed. The revolver only fired one bullet, right? And we know for a fact that the suspect threatened Edgeworth at gunpoint, and then, to threaten him, they fired a bullet at the painting. But if the revolver only had one shot fired, that means that either there had to be 2 shots fired, because the detective was murdered via bullet. So, like, there should be 2 shots fired. Eureka! Eureka? Yo, bro said, bro really screamed Eureka like he was... I'm not gonna say that on stream, actually. The secret 7th slot. Wait, is that not in the... Is that not in the description? Wait, did I not update the description? Fuck. Urethra! Alright, you know what? I forgot to update the description, apparently. I'm doing it real fast. I was trying to break it. Oh, it's really funny because there is a message that you get if you choose an invalid option. You tried to break it, but then, you know. 7 equals Neko. 8 equals Plushie. 9 equals Cat Girl. Alright, there you go. That should be updated now. Eureka! Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Alright. This bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. And the first felled the victim. And the second felled this frame. Hey, that's right. However, this gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too. Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Ah, that. It's a secret safe. A secret safe? Oh, I smell money. Spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that. Achoo! Achoo! Talk about dusty. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here, or I'd have kept it clean for you, sir. Oh, when did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. So, what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now? Nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. Secret safe, only they know of them. Trial evidence use. Wait a minute. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. So wait. If only the prosecutors are supposed to know about the safe? This thing looks like it's been tampered with. Look at the black stains on it. Does that mean somebody knew about it? That's even more suspicious. Now this is odd. You found something, sir? Alright. Whoopsie. This keypad, don't you find it to be a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not in the keypad itself. You there, the forensic scientist. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. Yeah, I guess it's just dust. I couldn't find, let alone lift, a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. Secret safe data updated in my organizer. As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly play connect the dots with the information we have. The logic, you say? Thank you for the bonk. The gay bonk. Alright, so... each prosecutor has one in the office, only they know of them. Prints were wiped. Oh my god. A high prosecutor. A detective. Okay. So, let's try to put together some things. What was the killer after? I think? Actually, I kind of don't think we can put these things together specifically. What was the killer after? Maybe the wiped fingerprints? Let's try putting this together. What if the killer was after this? But that wouldn't explain why the detective was killed in here, but we can just try it. Let's try connecting these. Huh? I believe I figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe is wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I love his smug smile, yeah. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. Honestly? Yeah. 'Cause maybe it's the sign of a struggle? Yeah, he was looking for this. There is a possibility that the files displayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh, you mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir. I'm gonna shelve files like you've never seen before, even in a library. Sure, let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones always die so young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And so, what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it! Here, let me help! So this file goes here, and that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal, okay? Done! I'm actually really curious why this only goes up to 3C. It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here. The bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh. I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kinda grossing me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. But you know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Actually, there's something really wrong with this. So... yeah, there's something insanely wrong with this. Look at this. So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? For the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file spine indicates that the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred. Well, then I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way. Yeah, we have to deduce something. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yeah, this. Eureka! Eureka! There's clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. What do you mean, sir? You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against the shelf here after being shot, which suggests that he was standing when he was shot. Then, that means... wait, what does that mean, sir? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, It means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What is the faulty assumption that caused this problem with the bullet hole's position? Honestly? The order of the files. So like, what I'm thinking is the only way this makes sense is if these files were actually up here. Because also, if the detective got shot while he was standing up, other than the positioning of the bullet being correct there, the blood also would have splattered when that happened, which makes you think that these files had to have been on the high ground to get splattered like that from the bullet. So the order of the files is wrong. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels in the files are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah, you see here how the files that were shot begin with the number 0? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. And they are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. Chat, 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 chat. Have you ever seen that meme? Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can... I can visualize the flavor in my mind. Let me see. I need to find this stupid fucking meme. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Okay, so here, take a look at this. So Edgeworth right here is just this meme. Why am I laughing? Apologies, my friend. It's just that as an INTJ, these illogical actions of yours, well, I find them to be amusing. What's that? A free sample of your store's new crisped potato snacks. Not necessary. I've already calculated its flavor in my head. Perhaps a little more sodium chloride next time. Listen, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him? Look at him. Am I wrong? I'm extremely correct, chat. You know I'm correct. I could have blows up pancakes with mind. I actually don't know what that is. Insane that it took less than an hour in his shoes to make him a bigger dork than Phoenix. Right? It's like... kind of crazy. He's such a dweeb, but we love him for it. Are you saying you could see it in your mind's eye? I can imagine its flavor in my mind's eye. My mind's tongue. Oh my god. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. But the numbers are all out of order. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Why are you imagining Edgeworth's flavor? Don't worry about it. Aha! So that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, Detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it moved? They've finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. Yeah, just casually manhandle a corpse. Surely nothing bad will happen as a result. He's cherry lime, that's all I'm saying. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Faith. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly. and then proceeded to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice. Once before, and once after the crime. But why? Okay. Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. Okay. So, like... what's up with this? Yeah, Gumshoe's gonna get framed as fuck, right? Not like taking it to the morgue and he's slower. Fair enough. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. And we figured out that the killer went through your bookshelf twice. Indeed. There are many things the killer did that don't make sense. But to figure out the whys, we need more information. Yeah, I love Gumshoe. This? What is that? Why does it say Gumshoe on there in blood? I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. Yeah, I can't believe the killer was Gummo. No, wait, there's gotta be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me. Say something, sir. It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? Stolen file data jotted down in my organizer. Investigation complete. Huh? It looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling ya, it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it! God, this dude looks like such a fucking smug asshole. I hate him. How is he, like, out-bitching Edgeworth? Edgeworth is usually the, like, most stuck-up bitch at the function. How is he, like, one-upping him in this way? I hate that mobile games are permanently altered the way I see HD 2D. Gumho? Yeah, Gumho. His popped collar is insane. I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Also, sorry, I'm going a little higher with my voice as Edgeworth because talking in a deeper voice the whole time is gonna start hurting my throat, like, majorly. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do? What I always do in court. I'm going to cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Ooh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Might as well. Alright. First, I listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open my organizer with E and present the piece of contradictory evidence. This is reading like a WikiHow article on, like, how to debate somebody. Oh my god! To present something, I simply use T, but that's old news. But it's not like there's gonna be a flaw in the testimony every time, right? Correct. And at those times, I need to press the witness with Q. Sometimes by pressing, I can draw out new information and new or modified testimony. I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try this technique out during investigations, too. Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. You did that as a stand-in for your man once, exactly. Oh, argument? Okay, so it's really funny. Because Honkai Star Rail once had an event where they literally had a minigame, which was like, I think it was based on this. It was so weird and out of place. What is the tutorial but an in-game WikiHow article? I wish I could say you're wrong, but I think you're absolutely correct. Mr. Portman's logic. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer. I can hear Jim's voice, and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic, and expose it with credible evidence. Rebuttal! Mr. Portsman's logic. Okay, so you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. So, like... Oh, you know what? We should save, actually. I do dig this music. So, let me see. So, like, the gun belongs to every... detective has a gun, right? Every detective gets a gun? Let's press this.
Hold it!
Hold it. You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Faith? Isn't it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jacques and Jim. Don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jelly? But Jim isn't even close to this guy's real name. Well, Jacques and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys I decided to nickname Jim. Huh? What do you mean by that? You got some problems, yeah. He talks about the victim like he was his pet. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you'll be brought to justice. So, like... here's the thing. That's when you move Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. So, like, how would he have written that? If he was dead already. Actually, no. Let me look at the evidence here. So we've got this. Bullet went clean through the victim's abdomen. Issued to be the victim and believed to be the murder weapon. One of the files that was written upon in blood was stolen by the culprit. Why? I love calling every guy Jim. Every time you say that, I wish I had a thing emote. Oh my god, I hate you. Okay, let's just... we're gonna approach this how we do it in regular Ace Attorney. I'm gonna press everything. You messed up the files to make it look like you'd committed theft instead.
Hold it!
Hold it. Do you really think it was necessary to dishevel my shelves twice to do that? That's true. Okay then, maybe his real intent was theft. Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth? It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal. Okay, so all three of them happen to be instant noodles, but... Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor you were paired up with. And what a motive, no? That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf.
Hold it!
Hold it. And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting in his way. He had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. What? Edgeworth, please uncut his salary? Yeah. That's when you move Jim's body. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. Hold it. This bugs me. This statement bugs me the most. Why do you think that the killer didn't notice the bloody letters? The body was covering it quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something. Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal. There's a lot a person can understand about another from first impressions alone. I can't say I disagree with him on that point. Why don't you say something, sir? Not you too, Edgeworth, Mr. Edgeworth. Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe the detective to be the culprit. Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I can prove it with evidence. I couldn't ask for a better setup. For the game-finishing spite. Okay, yeah. You didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding? I think you would notice. Because it was stolen. Yeah. Because if the culprit didn't notice the bloody letters, he would have noticed it on the file he stole. Actually, yeah, wait. Duh.
Objection!
Objection? I missed that animation. Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there's a serious flaw in your logic. Heh, bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking. I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another, closer look at this. Can you all hear the music? It's kind of a banger. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? Thank you, Hectic Sketcher. What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files on that shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spines.
Objection!
Oh, objection! It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name where the file should be is proof. Yeah, I mean, the S is gone, and there's only half an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. That's a good face, that's a good face, that's a good face! Which means, what exactly? What does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low! I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir! I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsman. Brilliant. Absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of Olympic gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. Meh. You win some and you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. But you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however. What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who is the key to this office? That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. What the... That's absolutely right. And I acknowledge your innocence. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? Yeah, he is not good at aura farming. Well, I was thinking, did you know there's one other person with the key to this office? One other person. Hey, you there? Yes, sir. What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A lady? The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. He's about to accuse Edgelord. Your fit is a whack. We don't need to see it more. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal. Don't! What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Is this Maggie? I believe she needed no introduction. I've called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. Wait, why is her outfit actually really cute? I need a Blue Badger t-shirt like that. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Maggie! Miss Bird is a security guard on watch tonight. I see. And your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? If you're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you? I would never sneak into someone else's room. I knew Rika would eventually like the Blue Badger. No. That wasn't me showing approval of the Blue Badger. No, I hate the Blue Badger. She needs to take off that wait. She needs to zip up her jacket immediately. It's so adorable, and by it, I mean penis. Alright. That's right. I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right, I did it. Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime. And for one simple reason. Reason for suspicion. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key? This can open every office door. Its use is controlled by security staff. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the Master Key. It seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. Alright, chat. Rebuttal. Reason for suspicion. Before we get into this debate, though, it's time for another ad break. See you all in a few minutes. Enjoy Words on Stream. Muffin, what the fuck is a traggy? I have no idea what that word even means. I've never heard of it. Anyway, chat. Good work on the recovery. We'll see how it goes next. Next round. But that's not for an hour. Let's continue. Also, welcome in, Royal Blue Wizard. Hello, hello. Alright. Well, I see how it is. I see how it is. Alright, alright, alright. So, let's... Oh, wait, sorry, let me turn on my light. For better tracking. I have no idea why my model does that. Okay, so we are about to dismantle this Chud's argument using facts and logic. Yeah, rap god Rika. Da-da-da-da-da-da. If I know the lyrics, I could try, but I can rap some Jid songs. Jid? Not kids songs, Jid. J-I-D. Alright. Pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. If Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all that more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So... let's press this. Hold it! Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night. And tonight, she's it! Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's, true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. I love her 5-head. Chat, wait, chat, wait, chat, wait, chat, wait, chat, wait, chat, wait. Wait, we can do the thing. We can do the thing. We can do the thing. Is it this one? No! I thought it was safe because Uma wasn't here today. So I could bully... I could get away with bullying her for having a big forehead. Oh! Wait! Oh yeah, those little cheap animations aren't set up in any model except for the main model. My fault. Doesn't work as well with the side view? Yeah, actually. The plural form of tragus, that being a prominence on the inner side of the external ear, the little bit in front of the ear canal? Oh, okay. Don't bully Bird, she's cute. Are you telling me that Pearl wasn't cute? Wasn't able to. What's that supposed to mean? Yes. Moving on. I'd hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean, unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. But you can't really trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Yes, ask for more details. This is important. Not so fast. I, too, am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please. Pearl looked like a hamster. I discovered that the master key was missing at around 1 AM, sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Oh, Mr. Portsman. I believe this to be an important piece of testimony. Don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir.
Objection!
Objection! If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. A likely story. And where's your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it, and then found it again. We never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it.
Yeah, pal. Trust me. You don't want to test just how bad her luck is.
Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive.
Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth. But... You still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office.
Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. Yeah, there was something? Yeah. From the messed up shelves to the wiped down safe, I'd say thievery. Alright, chat. Got his ass. We got his ass. Are you ready? See, do you remember? There's a very important thing that Maggie could not have known about. Which is the secret safe.
Objection!
Objection? Do you wish to continue insisting that Miss Bird was set on stealing something?
Why not? It's the truth, after all.
It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That Why was that so big? I don't think I have a toggle for, like, the right side on this. There we go. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe. The existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan. Miss this model's eyebrows? They definitely aren't as prominent in the modern model, yeah. Also, I just realized how, like, extreme the rigging is on these eyebrows. Okay, I'm done.
But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down.
I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and safe were targeted.
Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor?
Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now?
Curses, why? What made you... What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault.
What do you mean?
It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes.
What did you just say?
We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes. Then that means... Yeah, I know. I had only just told him too. Obviously it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim.
Now he's claiming that the victim was the thief?
And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird.
Excuse me?
I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. Oops. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it?
No, I couldn't. Yeah, this dude's stinky. You could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir.
But even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say?
This dude looks like a creature in this picture. Yeah, we could just check her gun specifically. But also, she probably doesn't even have a gun because she's a security guard, not a cop. So, like, she... That's probably integral to this, actually.
It was Jim who stole the master key. Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us. Unless... Well, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him.
Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief?
I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. Has he no honor? Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office.
But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees, and therefore ineligible to run this show.
Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit.
Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself.
But, sir...
We have no choice but to accommodate his request. For now.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful.
Mark my words, Mr. Portsman. We will meet again.
If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now, don't disappoint me, you hear?
To be continued. Damn. We're only halfway through. That was a nice music sting. Have you seen this man? That's what he made me think of. Yeah, the have you seen this man dude? Look at Maggie. Does she look like she could steal a gun? No. She looks like she would crumble into dust if anybody said, he asked for no pickles to her. March 14th, 4:18 a.m. Prosecutor's Building, 12th floor hallway.
What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable.
Please maintain your professionalism, detective.
I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir.
But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir.
True. So then, what now?
Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway.
Really, sir?
For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the Master Key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information. Regarding the mystery surrounding my door. Begin investigation. Edgeworth could never be ballin'. Exactly. I love this walking sprite so much. It's so good. Oh my god, that... Why is there a basketball hoop out here? Is everything alright?
Yes, sir. You must know I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally at 154 pounds.
Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway and this room.
Oh, everything's okay, sir.
A word of advice. Stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight.
this office. 1203, 1203. Hey Maggie, whose room is this again? It's Mr. Portsman's, sir. Oh, I didn't realize that his name was a pun on sportsman. So he's my new neighbor, I see. I suppose he moved in while I was away overseas. He court him into the ball court. Hey, what's up, Payne? It looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. Gracious, I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? That's so mean! Alright. What is a basketball hoop doing here? Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved indoors? And also, how are our hallways so freakishly tall that they can hold a basketball hoop indoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Drag it? I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself. All the way up to the 12th floor? Jesus Christ. Do not make a guy bring a basketball hoop 12 floors up. I've seen the inside of a courtroom. See, like, courtrooms are huge. But this isn't a courtroom. This is like a hallway to an office building. Alright. Ballin'. What is a basketball doing here? Well, that's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. Not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. The hoop is holding the ceiling up, it's load-bearing. Oh my god. Honestly, that would be the perfect use. Don't take me seriously on that. There's a book down there. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Speaking of suspicious-looking nooks and crannies... it's... in this Missing Zero. Isn't this that Missing Zero series file, sir? No doubt about it. The bloody letters mark it clear as day. There seem to be a few pages missing. A thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what are these Zero files about, sir? I guess they've got something worth stealing in them, huh? Zero Escape? Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine. Huh? They belong to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. Then that means the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. Wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. Good question. Oops. Can I add this to my evidence? No? Alright, 10 years ago, but my predecessor are missing. Not the case from 10 years ago. Is that deal 6 time? Only they know them prints were wiped. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. Let me out of here! Thank you for the abuse. Hello, We Eat Games. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's talk to Maggie.
I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream. A dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. Huh? I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the Master Key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her with tea. I love her fucking face. It said new, so I had to try it. We did revamp a bunch of the redeems recently. And by recently, I mean like this afternoon. Hey, show me tell me about this Master Key, Maggie. So when did you discover that the Master Key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 AM, sir. And I noticed it was back at around 2:30 AM. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those 2 times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say? Except for this time, correct? Well, I admit that was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sorta using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. You used the Master Key? What did you use it for? I feel like we should ask her about the other stuff so that we get the context. But like, I know already what I want to talk about. The victim. Alright, well let's just start talking about everything. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun. Just once I'd love to play with them. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir. On second thought, I don't think I'd have fit in all that well with them. Wait, Mr. Payne was ballin'? Use the Master Key. What did you mean by you used the Master Key? Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? Ah! What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsman, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird. Quickly. Forgetful Mr. Portsman. Yeah, she is cute. She's adorable. It was around 12 AM. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the Master Key to him. No way. It's against regulations to loan the Master Key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then, what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. And that was around 1:30 AM, I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the Master Key twice tonight. Huh. Interesting. Talk about suspicious! I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. Tell me about yourself, Maggie. Just for fun. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you are an acquaintance of the detective. She was under my supervision back when she was still in the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder, and things started going downhill, so she quit. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night.
You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct?
Don't worry. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures.
Hmm?
Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. And now, I even managed to be named a criminal, just when I've become a security guard.
That's a lot to go through in one lifetime.
I know! And just when I thought I'd finally found my happiness, I end up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck.
You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird. Nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help.
She's so adorable. Also, hello, Mr. Top 10 List. Welcome in. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's because you didn't get notified that I was streaming because I stopped posting it on Blue Sky. Because, I'm lazy. However, now that somebody has finally said it mattered, I'll start posting again. It's time to start posting the lives on Blue Sky one more time. Rika, specifically against me being here. I didn't know that you use Blue Sky that much. I wonder how many other people aren't really paying attention, I wonder how many other people use Blue Sky as the main way of coming to the streams. Do you have any related to a kid named Makoto Naegi? Alright, tomorrow chat, we post on social media about going live. I use the stream notification extension? There's an extension. I just know when the streams are supposed to be. I don't use it that much, but I usually scroll after work, which is when you're live. Ah, I see. My primary method of notifying people, I think, is Discord. Because of the roll pings. It makes it easier. It's called Now Streaming. Oh, I see. I stream. Alright, let's investigate this door. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Are they suspicious? Discord's the second way I find out. I will at everybody in Discord. Alright, 1203. Room 1203. I take it that this is Mr. Portsman's office.
Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. But since you were already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door, sir.
Well, why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202?
I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd.
Yep, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. You can think of at least 3. Why am I even wasting time thinking about this? So silly. A minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood. It's kind of majestic too. Fits in really well with the ambiance of the prosecutor's office. Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified just because he works behind one of these. Nonsense. A man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. Don't be mean to Prosecutor Payne! That's so mean! Let's look at the doorknob. The door is locked tight. I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? This is the office of a high prosecutor, detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Aha! So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is.
Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from?
Is there anything else to look at here?
Nothing of interest here.
Yeah, what's up with this hoop?
It's Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop. Can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office.
But you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here.
How long have I had the same office? And yet you still managed to get lost.
That's kind of amazing, actually.
I don't think there's anything else about this. He bullies newbies, literally targets people fresh out of law school. You know, that's fair. He's the person who's been playing at FG for 10 years and hosts with beginners only. Alright. I think... What if I look at my door? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. A minimalist, neat, classy door made of top-quality wood. It's sturdily made, making it near impossible to break in by force.
It's almost majestic, sir. I wish I could be as stately as this door.
Gumshoe would praise a door as something greater than himself. Being a detective has its own rewards, and a certain virtuous value, I think. If you live up to your full potential, that's a poignant trait that anyone can admire.
I see. So you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best thing I can do for everyone?
Right.
A long pause wasn't exactly reassuring, sir.
Don't bully Gumshoe, chat. Please don't bully Gumshoe. Although, too, these 4 numbers on a number plate alone proclaim this to be my office.
Whoops. Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir.
They have to be able to take the plate off when a room becomes vacant, you know. Although, the idea that it can be so easily removed is kind of spooky, isn't it? Life already bullies Gumshoe? True! I don't see any signs of forced entry.
And according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir.
Meaning that the door really was opened with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob?
The doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, they think.
Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind.
So...
I think we can make conclusion here. So... the master key was stolen, and it was used. So we can put these together, right? I think we have to make conclusions here. So, the key was stolen? No, sorry. I should do that in the other way around. Someone used the master key, and then it was stolen afterwards. Let's connect these. Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. Oh, yeah, because the times don't add up. What? No way, pal. I mean, sir. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? I don't think these are ordered. Oh. Okay. I won't care about the order then. However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that, but thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right. It was around that very time that I realized the master key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room. Sir, what? You pretended to lock up his room? You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. That's grossly irresponsible! So in actuality, you never did relock the door then? Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Mr. Portsman's office data jotted down in my organizer. Actually, that doesn't make any sense then. Hold on, that doesn't make any sense then. That doesn't make any sense then. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Because look, you see this lock? Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yeah, so... he could not lock up his office. However... if she really came to lock up his office, then it shouldn't be locked, but it's firmly locked right now.
Eureka!
Eureka! There's a contradiction between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Huh? You know, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I am certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed it himself that I hadn't. Which means... what, sir? It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. She opened a different door? But how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these. Honestly? I think we all know what's coming here, right? The fact that these number plates can be slipped out so easily troubles Edgeworth. Let's check the prints on the number plate. The prints on the number plate. They will tell us all we need to know. Everything? Really? Like what, sir? Like, well, for example, and such as... well, we know for sure that Detective Gumshoe's dinner will only consist of instant noodles. Why are you taking pot shots at Gumshoe? Wow, that was amazing, sir. How did you know? Was that supposed to be a joke to cheer me up, Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth aneurysm. Yes, that's it. Now then, we should get back to doing what we need to do, and that is... we need to examine these. I guess the prints on the master key. If we examine the fingerprints on the master key... well, if that's what you want to examine, sir, that was the very first thing we did. I can tell you that we didn't find any prints other than Maggie's. Didn't we agree that the prints on the doorknob were wiped clean? Why would we examine the doorknob? Kid aneurysm. That's so brilliant, Mr. Edgeworth. So what can we deduce from that? Huh, well... the other doorknob? I guess they wouldn't have a reason to wipe down the other doorknob. Yeah, huh? That seems really negligent, but then I just remembered this is an Ace Attorney game, so... oh, well. I'll tell you what I deduced. I think this means that the culprit wiped their prints off. Yes, that's exactly it. I'm glad you were able to come to the same conclusion. However, the more important matter is... we need to examine these, the prints on the doorknob. The prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey, you! Yeah, you, pal! Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what did you find out? There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, Detective.
Sir, I have found only Mr. Portsman's and Mr. Faith's prints on this doorknob.
Only two people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's prints should be on this knob as well. Now then, whose prints should also be on this doorknob? The suspect, Maggie Bird.
Take that!
Take that! Did you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent?
You mean...
Yes. The door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Miss Bird says she's unlocked this door, but her prints were not found on the doorknob. Okay. What have we here? A note? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I appreciate that he just keeps saying it over and over again. Give me that note. What is this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. He unlocked the ability to look down. It looks like a note from the victim.
Yeah, and it's from Mr. Portsman.
Found under the door for the absent Portsman. So, I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later. Buddy. Jim, you mean? You mean Jim. That's Jim. What's this? Yeah, what's up with this depression here?
What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game?
That's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off.
Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk.
The positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. I'd better take note of this. There are signs that it's been moved. Investigation complete. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely.
Huh? How so, sir?
In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat with the real culprit of this case. I'm glad that he heals quickly from aneurysms, yeah. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman.
What? Mr. Portsman? I knew it. That's exactly what my logic sensors were telling me too. I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir.
That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door. Why do you gotta be so dramatic? Alright, chat. Give me a minute. I've been hydrating, and I gotta pee. Have a good night, Huggabug. Everyone else, take a real quick 1-minute ad break, so I can just run to the restroom real fast. Be back soon. No! Alright, chat, thanks for bearing with me. Words on stream. It's fine. Words on stream isn't real anyway. Alright. Let's see if we can close out this investigation. March 14th, 5:12 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202.
Mr. Portsman, I've finished processing the bloody letters, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here.
That's such a good toss.
Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this.
Warg!
Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. End of the line for you, Portsman. We've got you now.
Pull off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portman, that you are the guilty party in this case.
You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay if you promise to stay out of our way.
You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. I can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl.
Who'd have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know?
Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself. I could make comments here, but Phoenix Wright isn't in this game, so, you know. Edgeworth being like, keep your mouth to yourself. Flopping your jacket doesn't make you look more convincing. It really doesn't. It just makes you look stupid, right? And that's when you're talking to a guy who's wearing a fucking... whatever that thing is called. The frill. How do you look more stupid than this? Like flopping your jacket constantly. Ascot? I think it's more fancy than an ascot. Because like an ascot is like the tiny scarf that like Freddy from Scooby-Doo wears, right? I don't know what this is called. I want to say cummerbund, but I think that goes around your waist. Cravat, thank you. Cravat. A cravat. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up.
Well, aren't we full of ourselves? Even though you have yet to prove anything.
Debate time! In line for auto concert merch, you want anything? Check DMs. Alright, what do they got? Real quick. Let me see, let me look at this real fast. Sorry, chat. Let me just look at this real quick. Alright, Jason. Jason, if you can, get me the Otto's Best Autobum Standard Edition. Give me the Standard Edition. And also give me a singular pack of trading cards. I'll message it to you. There you go. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the palette swap. Alright, chat. Let's start this testimony and debate. Mr. Portsman's rebuttal.
I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but... there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, How, may I ask you, propose I unlocked your door and got in here? The line is OD to get it. I mean, Otto is extremely popular, so I'm not surprised, right? Extremely popular musician. Good luck. Don't get sick. Enjoy your concert. Besides, how, may I ask you, propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Huh? Sorry, but we're not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something. I'll show you what I'm basing my accusation on, with evidence. Mr. Portsman's rebuttal. Alright, chap. There is a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how, may I ask you, propose I unlocked your door and got in here? I mean... So, like... Honestly? The master key. Hi, Yariko. Thank you for lurking. Thanks for stopping by. Alright. I'm pretty sure we just tell him you got it with the master key. Objection! Objection. I believe you are able to open my office door with the master key, no less. Objection! Objection! Wait. Hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only... Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right. You used your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key. Maggie Bird. I'm learning now that the phrase is harebrained and not harebrained. Yeah! Rabbit-brained, which I don't really understand, but I mean, I guess rabbits are just stupid. Take that! Take that! You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kinda forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know? But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it? What? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See? Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet, one of you had misled her, to fool her into thinking what you wanted. And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right, they do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think that it was his room? Where is... Yeah, this thing, the basketball hoop. Because we saw the indent in the floor, which sorta implies that he moved it. Take that! Take that! What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. What? That's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. There are signs that the hoop has been moved. Did it in front of my office, to be sure. I see. So that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Conjecture's rebuttal. Now you're just spotting. Why am I being abused? I didn't do anything. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my... Oh my god. Y'all have so many points. I gotta figure out new ways to trick y'all into spending all your points on not abusing me. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. I don't know. Thank you for the fight back. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. That's racist. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, or I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Alright chat, it's time to fuck this guy up in a debate of facts and logic. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. Hold it. Hold it! What do you mean you're in your room the entire time? And what were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regimen. Training regimen? Were you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance. Wow, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have! With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I was doing my usual workouts, though. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. Actually? No, I had the girl open my office door. No. That's actually incorrect. This is the evidence. Because her prints aren't there. So that's how we contradict this. Objection! I had your door dusted for prints. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Further, all of the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Objection! Objection! But it doesn't change the fact that I was in my room the entire time. Is that really a fact, or is it fiction? Hey, would I lie to you? I have here proof that you were not in your room the entire time as you claim. That's a good question. I'm pretty sure it'll be this. The note. Oh yeah, because he said it looks like you're out. Take that! Take that. This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door. Or did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. Well then, where were you and what were you doing? Don't you think it's time you gave up on your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. And just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness in the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What?
Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all and he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already.
And as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that knob down as well.
Eh?
I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you?
Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office.
Well, like early evening, for example. Didn't want to catch your pore.
Alright. Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway?
Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse.
No, that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size.
Ah, but you can't prove that, can you?
Howdy, homo. Hello, Slapper. Welcome in. Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir.
Portsman makes a good point. I can't prove that he simply didn't overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner.
Yeah, it would have been.
Show isn't letting me send the scammer who DM'd her pregnant man emoji.
That's pretty funny, actually. Do it. Send the scammer pregnant man emoji. We'll love pregnant man emoji here. Where's Shab? I feel like if I say pregnant man emoji that it should summon Shab, but I think he stepped out for a second. Your phone back. Alright. Portsman's alibi.
If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
Do you really think it's that perfect?
Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself.
Detective Gumshoe.
Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back.
Joe's not sure it's a scam, but who else asks strangers to calm them in DMs? I mean... Oh, no, yeah, that's a scam.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him at around 2 a.m.
You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. Alright, chat. Rebuttal time. After this ad break. We have an ad break starting in 20 seconds. See you in a few minutes. Please enjoy Words on Stream. I know many people who are very normal about Gumshoe. I'm very normal about him, but in the like, I want to bully him kind of way because he's kind of pathetic. And I think it's really funny. Normal. See y'all soon. Yo, what up? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Also, hello, Don Don Padawan. Welcome in. Okay. Damn, I see how it is, chat. I see how it is. I see how it is. Okay, so... Why? Why would you do such a thing to me? How dare you? Alright, chat. Where we left off. Portsman is claiming... Jacques Portsman... My queer attack. Jacques Portsman is claiming he has an alibi. So... let's see if we can get this to crack. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 AM. And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. Actually? Is that true? Yeah, the body was found around 2:05 AM. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Is that true, actually? So, like... nothing to investigate there. I think we gotta press stuff. Let's press stuff. Hold it. The first one, if memory serves, you came back at around 2 AM, correct? You are correct. It was around 2 AM.
Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time.
I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2.
Ooh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit.
Hold it! Hold it. It is as you say, however. Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, but couldn't actually see. Objection! Objection! Hi, Frosty Mancer, thank you for abusing me. Welcome in. Oh, come now. Sorry, let me drink. Oh, that'll come up in like 2 minutes. Trust. Get hit with gay beans? Yeah, that happens every time I'm like up at 2 AM and think about my girlfriend. My fault. I'm glad. Hello, welcome to the stream. No, you're not wrong. Be gay, be gay, be gay. Get gayer. Alright. Oh. Oh, yeah, remember that didn't work in the alternative models? Alright, buddies. Alright. We're getting back to the story. Oh, come now. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Hold it! Hold it. So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit. Yeah, have a good night, Winter.
Yep. Right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi.
Hold it! Hold it. Is it? Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony.
And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of detectives said that they saw you at around that time.
See? I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Impossible! He actually does have the perfect alibi.
What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think we've reached the end of the line, and it's time to get off this crazy train. Why is there anyone at Criminal Affairs at 2:30 a.m. in the goddamn morning? I mean, like, they probably work that late, right? For Criminal Affairs. They gotta work late. They probably open all night. Maybe. I don't know. Alright. You there.
Sir!
Please escort the young lady out. But remember, be gentle.
Maggie!
Detective Gumshoe! Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. I only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. Time to logic it out? The intruder I met could not have been Portsman, then who could it have been? Another handgun. Honestly? Once before and once after the murder. So... that guy's been holding his jacket over his shoulder for hours. He probably holds it like that, like, all the time. You know, 12 hours a day of just holding the stupid jacket over my shoulder. So, the files are in disarray, so it's gonna have to be with this. Who could it have been? The files were in disarray. Once before and once after the murder. Oh, wait. So the fact that the files got shuffled around twice, I think means the victim looked once, and then Portsman probably looked afterwards, trying to find something. So, let's draw a conclusion from these two things. Let's connect these. Yeah. Evidence points to the shelves being disturbed once before and once after the murder. But who is to say that the person who did it the second time is the same as the first? Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Maybe the victim and his killer weren't the only people in my office tonight? Yeah, so like... and that's how the first handgun would have happened? So let's connect these and see what this brings us. Logic time! And then I logicked all over those guys. If indeed there were two culprits, then that resolves the contradiction behind our murder weapon. Despite the fact that there are 2 bullets here in this room, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, leaving the possibility that the other bullet was fired from the other visitor's gun. Furthermore, if we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back...
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case.
Great! So you finally come to your senses.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Sir, what are you saying?
This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case.
What do you mean?
The person I ran into was just your average thief.
A thief?
But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight.
What do you mean, 2?
It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice, and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office.
Objection!
Objection! Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know? If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario. Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me. Which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. That was the first time?
So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right?
Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? Oh, I understand. I understand what they're getting at. I understand what they're getting at. Do you understand, chat?
But why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir?
He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. That's when he noticed sounds coming from my office, would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right?
And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into this office to check it out.
Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then... Phew! He killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. And this was the moment in which the first shot was fired. The one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left the fake dying message behind.
You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that?
Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated.
There was another? Visitor, sir.
Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so... they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. Wait, where are you coming up with the idea of another person? I mean, like, I guess it's the only thing that makes sense, but like, where would you even begin to narrow down the suspects?
That stolen zero file, right, sir?
Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter.
So the shell's getting messed up twice in the two bullets. It was all because two different people were doing those things at two different times.
Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief, and was not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection! Objection! What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Subarashi. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth after all.
But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial.
Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right.
Would indeed render my alibi, which is withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there's still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence.
Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must.
You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. Huh. That's interesting, actually. Portman's Alibi Part 2. So now he's questioning me? Edgeworth, rather? That thief you ran into should be our real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby.
I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left.
You think we should be out there looking for the thief?
Of course! Now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions.
I don't think it's at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. A good question. What is the proof here? The thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, I was training in my room. It's the updated autopsy report song. When Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. What evidence do we have here? So that, this, the note. I think we've used everything at this point, except for the crime scene notes. So let's see. As I've already said, I was training in my room. Let's press this first. Hold it. But according to Mr. Faith's note...
Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say, just before he was murdered...
I don't have any, no.
You see? So I insist again that I was in my office the entire time.
And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. Hold it. Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith?
That's because he said he was tired and was gonna take a quick nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits.
And what of the evidence he brought?
They were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items. A gun and a pendant.
A gun, huh? Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. He brought me 2 items, a gun and a pendant, that are related to yesterday's case. Tell me more about this gun. And the pendant, but mostly the gun.
Hold it!
Hold it. A gun and a pendant?
Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon. And this pendant, which belonged to the victim.
Why were you taking them to Criminal Affairs?
Something in a past case file I wanted to compare these two to. But all this has nothing to do with this case right now. Anyways, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be your satisfaction.
This is all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out. Is there some kind of contradiction we can find there? A gun and a pendant. Didn't he say he brought 3 items? Yeah. This is the closest thing we have to a, contradiction here. Because he mentions receiving 2 items, but the note said 3. What's the 3rd item? Tell us what the 3rd item is, my guy.
Objection!
Objection? Only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail.
Excuse me?
You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me.
What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you.
Well, here's a piece I think you should read. Carefully. It says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman.
I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic.
Where is the missing piece of evidence?
It's...
You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe.
You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. What? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. It's all part of the investigation, pal. So don't even think about stopping me.
This is such a funny skit.
Oh! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir.
A VHS? In 2025? Really? You're gonna break your teeth on that metal? That's what I'm saying! Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide.
But why would he hide something like that?
There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Why did he have it on his body? Yeah. Store it somewhere safe. You've had like 3 hours at this point. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. KG8 incident?
Blood? That's blood, isn't it?
Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh.
You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No! You've got it all wrong!
No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth.
Ugh.
You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way into this video. Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Or was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him?
You know very well there's no way to prove that.
Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints. Nyog. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith.
No, impossible!
Bro, you're... I don't think that's good for your body. Please don't swallow lead. Gold. Alright, we got his ass. March 14th? Wait, why isn't that working? What do you mean, error connecting to remote server? You might have to do it manually. If it's breaking right now. March 14th, 5:47 a.m. Oh, wait, there you go. High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202.
Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir.
Very good.
And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir.
The blood work came back, and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing.
I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. Aw, it was nothing. Really. Compared to what I've been through, I mean. I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail.
You know something, sir? That Mr. Porchman really was one corrupt prosecutor.
And why would you say he was corrupt?
Well, I heard that there was a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir.
Forged evidence, huh?
And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons.
Ooh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office.
Yeah. Whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up.
Although we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something.
This is just between you and me, sir. But there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes.
Oh? Well, well. Hello, Metagame Face. Welcome to the stream. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this.
Huh? That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy?
I didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. You could say there are many more mysteries for us to investigate. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance to this piece of evidence. The O-series file, yeah. What's the significance of this?
Take that!
Take that! The person who stole this file. The other villain of the night.
Yeah, I wonder who it was.
And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint?
Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Yes?
I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir.
This card. What the fuck? What is this?
What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there?
It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective.
Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone's talking about.
Yes, it is the mark of the great thief Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end. A modern Robin Hood.
That is some crazy hair, actually.
Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets.
It's right. Oh my god, wait, it is Vita Trait.
The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing.
Capital his hair to fit Yas to Karasu.
Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Although it has been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back.
What?
Let me see.
I can't read that.
It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files.
So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. Organization.
Quite a few key words are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents. But they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. Time skip? Is it time skip time? The end. We did it, chat. We got through the first case. The detective gameplay is so different. It's like so wildly different from the courtroom gameplay, but like, it's kind of fun. I like it. Alright, let's look at our preview here. Oh. There's no preview, but there's Franziska von Karma. Hold on, give me 1 second. And then we'll watch this. Actually, here. Take a words on stream break for 1 minute. And then we'll close out the stream with a preview. Be back in a minute. Alright, chat, we died, but you know what? That's fine. Ow. My stomach does hurt a bit. It's fine, it's perfect, because that's how we close out the stream. Alright. Here we go. I tried. I believe in you, metagame face. Alright, chat. Let's
take a preview of this before we close out the stream for good. Episode 2, Turnabout Airlines. Episode 2, Turnabout Airlines. The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Hey, thank you for the raid, Mytha. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. Just a sec, we're almost done with this preview. 2 days earlier. Is he dead? Oh, it's wine. Cat, we're time traveling backwards. Go yo. Yes, everything began high up in the air. 9,000 feet in the air, to be precise. Almost 9,000. Thank you for the raid, Ace Kiriyami.
Thank you for flying Goyo Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts.
Yeah, we're thousands of feet in the air. I saw you guys were doing a collab together, right? How was Deep Rock Galactic? We're just doing a preview for the next episode. We just finished episode 1 of this game. So we're doing a preview of episode 2.
Why does episode 2 start with Edgeworth on the floor?
Some fun? Alright. There we go. That being said. Hello everyone coming from Mytha and Ace Kiriyami? I don't know what... I'm just gonna call you Ace. Hello everyone coming from Mytha and Ace Streams. My name is Rika Readman. Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. Stream visual novels, horror games, Dark Souls, Player Obscure Expedition 33. I stream whatever I want. Five Nights at Freddy's. He died 2 days before the first case? What a twist! Exactly. You were hit a Rika Readman, you're right. Hello, Pyro Style. Alright, chat. So, here's what's going on. Here's what happened. Alright? So, hello, Ace. Welcome in. Hello, Mytha. Hello, Pyro Style. Pyro Style, Pyro. Hello. Who else came in here? Yeah. That was Deep Rock Galactic for all of you. Edgeworth got drunk at Freddy's? Exactly. Alright, let me shout you both out. Is it Pyro or Pyro? I feel like we talked about this and I think it was Pyro, but like, I don't remember because I'm really, really bad with names. Pyro. Oh, Pyro. Okay. Okay. Like fire. Like pyromancer. Someone who romances pies. I understand. Alright, chat. We're putting on music. We had fun and thought it was funny to raid Ace Kuriyami into an Ace Attorney stream. Wait, that is funny. Alright, I'm closing this. Alrighty, gamers. You know what? We've got time. Let's go here for a bit. I forgot that it replays those. What up? Hello, gamers. How y'all doing? How do I turn off the goddamn display capture? Yippee! As a raccoon, yes, I'm a pyromancer. Let's go! Hi! Has it been 2 minutes yet? I have no concept of time. Okay, 1 more minute. Anyway, for those of you coming from Mytha and Ace streams, I introduced myself already. Hello! You got me at Raid Out? You did get me at Raid Out, but you know what? We can stall for at least a minute or two, for a little bit. So, we just finished Ace Attorney Investigations Case 1. It's a different kind of game compared to the original, the trilogy. Because the trilogy is all about, like, it's like more visual novel-y, right? But these investigation games are kind of more like less visual novel, more like point and click, find the clues, right? It's a different vibe. I liked it, but we need to see how the rest of the game goes, right? It feels different to stream. It feels weird, but I want to try to get through a few cases before writing anything off, right? And also, I've been thinking about, I want to get to the Apollo Justice trilogy because it's really interesting. I like a lot of the characters. Chat. Well, Raiders also, if you like Ace and you like Mytha, you might like me. You might consider giving me a follow. I am also queer. I am non-binary. I'm also half Mexican and half indigenous, half Lakota. You know, fellow native VTuber network member, fellow trans tuber, as Mytha calls them. The fellow girl enjoyer. I enjoy everyone, but I currently enjoy a girl. A very cute girl. Maybe the best girl in the world. Who knows? Is that a Salazzle? Oh no, okay, wait, that's Crow Yasumi. That's a crow. The tiny version of that emote looked like a Salazzle to me, and I'm like, ayo? Sick, actually? Oh my god, wait, the hearts are so cute. Yeah, fellow Eldenwooder. That one's actually really funny. I technically do qualify for Eldenwood, but I also left Eldenwood. I also left Eldenwood, so I'm not technically an Eldenwooder anymore. Also, it's really funny to say Eldenwooder. We'll love when there's an Eldenwooder in chat. Also, thank you, Mytha, for the 7 stream watch streak. Good to know that's where I met you. Yeah. Oh shit, that is where we met. Good old 30-year-old plus VTuber network. Mostly, I left after having a talk with a mutual friend of ours. And, they told me, like, after the way some things were handled there, they just kind of didn't really feel cozy there anymore. And I was like, that kind of makes sense. I guess that kind of makes sense. You know, I don't think either of us really said anything about it publicly. Well, until now, but... because, like, you don't want to make a big deal about it, right? And it's like, it's not, like, that big a deal. It's just, like, not to our tastes, I think. So, we still have... Actually, I'm gonna be honest. A while back for that trans VTuber Discord that I told them to invite you to, Mytha? I think it was, like, when I was considering leaving Eldenwood, I was like, hold on, there's some cool homies that, like, I want to talk to still. Let's see if we can get them in this Discord. I know exactly who you mean. You understand. You understand. But yeah, anyway. VTuber networking stuff, I'm difficult with it. It's hard for me. I am simply a abrasive native/Mexican woman in my mid-30s. I am a creature of the night, not of the socialization. Alright, chat. So, we did finish Case 1 of Miles Edgeworth Investigations. Tomorrow night, same time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, we will be starting Case 2. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it. Maybe if we go late, we can, but we'll have to see. This will be all part of the, like, testing to see how hard it is to... how much time these cases take. It's a whole new type of game. Now that we know the mechanics, maybe it'll be easier. Who knows? I appreciate your energy. I appreciate your energy. Gay ass. Alright, chat. Again, thank you both for the raid. I think, speaking of gay energy, since I am literally the only one streaming this game right now, well, I was, I'm gonna send y'all to Sarina Penguina. Let me see. She's currently playing Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Let's see, so we're gonna do Rika Amigos. What can we use? Edgy raid. Girlfriend time? It is girlfriend time. Alright, there's the raid message, chat. There's the raid message, Rika Amigos. So, again, she's playing Uma Musume. She's been obsessed with this game. go give her some support. If you're not already, go give her a follow. There's the raid message. Go hang out, chill out. And I will see y'all tomorrow night, 6:30 Eastern. That's 3:30 Eastern for y'all in Pacific. That's like 11:30 Eastern for a lot of you in the UK, I think. Yeah, perfect. Alright, chat. I'm signing off. Adios, Rika amigos. See you tomorrow. Y'all are a bunch of nerds.